Presiding.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, good morning, everyone. We're on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We're continuing with evidence on the state's case in chief. We had a witness that concluded at the end of the week last week, and the state's going to be calling a new witness this morning. I'll note that the jurors have all returned today, all 18, including the alternates, whoever those will be. And everyone has also completed their juror affirmation, so we don't have any issues there. I'll note the defendants present along with counsel for the defendant, Mr. Pryor. The state's also present with the 4 prosecutors handling this. Is the state ready to proceed at this time this morning, Mr. Wood?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And as relates to the state's request this morning on cameras, the court's taking care of that. So Mr. Wood, your witness will be able to come in and be sworn here shortly. We'll have the jurors brought back in if the parties are ready to proceed. Any questions about that?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Bailiff, please, let's have the jurors brought in then.
All right, please. Please offer to the counter for Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for returning. We are on case CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. After the weekend recess, the courts confirmed the jurors are all back properly seated, and I've reviewed the juror affirmations signed by each of the jurors, confirming they followed the court's instruction relating to not investigating or discussing the case with everyone over the break. So thank you again for continuing to follow that admonishment as you have done so each day. The state's continuing with its case in chief. We concluded with a witness at the end of court last Friday, and we're ready to proceed, I think, with the calling of the next witness. So, Mr. Wood, if the state would like to call its next witness, you can do that.
Thank you. The state calls Nick Balance.
All right.
Affirmative testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth.
Thank you. All right, before we commence, Mr. Wood, first I want to confirm our cameras.
Live, Judge.
Okay. I believe it's agent balance, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
All right, agent balance, there's an exclusionary order in this case, so I'm just going to inquire before you start with testimony whether or not you have watched or viewed any of the trial testimony, since it's been live streamed as well as open to the public here in court. Have you seen or observed in any way any of the trial testimony before testifying today?
No, Your Honor, I have not.
Okay, and have you discussed with anyone else their testimony they've provided in trial?
No, Your Honor, I have not.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Wood, then you can go ahead and inquire on direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. And before I inquire, there are several exhibits in this case that have been stipulated to. Mr. Balance will be testifying to a lot of telephone and cellular data. And for purposes of keeping the record clean about what's in evidence, I do have 11 business record affidavits. I believe they all come in by way of stipulation. I don't know how the court wants me to, I can read off the exhibit number and the company to which it pertains. However, the court would like me to do that.
Okay.
But I would like to have them on the record.
I agree. They need to be individually entered into or admitted on the record. So if you'd like to just go through each, and I'll inquire on the defense whether or not they agree that there's a stipulation and no objections. So if you would want to just go through those, I know that might take a moment here, but we need to do that to keep the record clear. So you can just start off with whichever one you want to move for admission of first.
All right, and I would note that I gave a courtesy copy to the court and counsel last week of each of these.
Okay.
So State's Exhibit 125 is a business record affidavit for T-Mobile Metro.
All right, Mr. Pryor, on Exhibit 125, will the defense have any objection to its admission?
It's a stipulated exhibit, Judge.
All right, so that's a no. 125 is admitted. Mr. Pryor. I'm sorry, Mr. Wood.
State's Exhibit 126 is a Verizon business records affidavit.
All right, any objection on 126?
Again, Judge, it's a stipulated exhibit.
All right, 126 is admitted. On one, what's your next one, Mr. Wood?
127, another Verizon business records affidavit.
All right, is that admitted by stipulation, Mr. Pryor?
Yes, Your Honor.
127 is admitted.
128, another Verizon business records affidavit.
All right, will that be admitted by stipulation, Mr. Pryor?
Yes, Your Honor.
128 is admitted.
State's Exhibit 129, Verizon business records affidavit.
Is 129 admitted by stipulation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, 129 is admitted.
130, Verizon business records affidavit.
Is 130 admitted by stipulation, Mr. Pryor?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Wood?
131 Verizon Business Records Affidavit.
Is 131 admitted by stipulation?
Yes, Judge.
All right, 131 is admitted.
132 Verizon Business Records Affidavit.
Is 132 admitted by stipulation, Mr. Pryor?
Yes, Judge.
132 is admitted.
133 Verizon Business Records Affidavit.
Is 133 also admitted by stipulation, Mr. Pryor?
Yes, Judge.
All right, 133 is admitted.
134 Verizon Business Record Affidavit.
Is 134 also part of your stipulation, Mr. Pryor?
Yes, Judge.
All right, 134 is admitted.
And the last one, 135, is an AT&T Business Records Affidavit.
All right, is exhibit 135 admitted by stipulation, Mr. Pryor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well. Each of those exhibits then, the court concludes have been reviewed by the defense without objection. They're all admitted and part of the record. You can proceed then, Mr. Wood.
Thank you.
You're doing digital.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Can you state your name for the record and spell it?
Yes, it's Nicholas Balance. Last name is spelled Ballance.
Thank you. And Mr. Balance, how are you employed?
I'm a supervisory special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
So is your proper title Agent Balance?
That's fine.
Agent, how long have you worked as a special agent with the FBI?
Since June of 2016.
And where are you currently assigned?
So currently I'm assigned to the FBI's International Operation Division out of Washington, D.C.
Prior to being a special agent with the FBI, were you previously employed in law enforcement?
I served as a deputy U.S. Marshal for 9 years prior to being with the FBI.
And in your role in the FBI now, are you a member of a specialized unit within the FBI?
I am. I'm a member of our Cellular Analysis Survey Team, or CAST for short.
What kind of work does CAST do?
In the simplest terms, CAST is a group of about 70 to 80 special agents and task force officers that specialize in utilizing cell records from a provider to determine the general location of a phone at a specific date and time that might be of interest to an investigation.
And have you used those techniques successfully in the past?
Yes, I've used those techniques on hundreds of occasions to locate violent fugitives, to locate missing kids, missing persons, and really just a gamut of different investigations that the FBI conducts.
How long have you been a member of CAST?
Since October of 2019.
And how long have you been using cellular records in investigations?
So I've been using cellular records as a part of my investigations, both with the FBI and with the Marshal Service since 2007.
Do you assist other agencies with this type of cellular analysis?
I do. I regularly provide assistance to agencies, local, federal, and state throughout the country.
How do those investigators usually come to contact you?
So usually as a part of CAST, we also do a lot of training and presentations. So I could be contacted directly by someone that participated in one of those trainings, or law enforcement can reach out directly to our unit, and then cases could be assigned to me that way as well.
I believe you might have already said this, but just in case, how many members does CAST have nationwide?
It fluctuates, but approximately 70 to 80.
How does one get selected to be on CAST?
So there's an application process that you would put in to be a member of the unit. And then there are multiple trainings that span approximately 240 hours before you would be certified. And those are in the form of multiple training iterations that start with our CAST Basic, which is a 2 to 3 day training in which you would learn kind of from the foundation of what we do and not using any type of software to assist you. Taking cellular records, and like I talked about earlier, putting those onto a map based on a specific date and time that may be of interest to an investigation. If you complete CAST Basic and you're invited to attend the next training, you would go to our CAST Advanced. That's a 1-week training where it gets a little bit more into the specifics for each provider that are the major providers throughout the United States, what their records look like, any nuances that might be a part of their records. And then also that's where we start implementing practical scenarios to where we're given a problem in the class and we have to do a report based on whatever that problem is, and then it's evaluated by instructors. Upon completion of CAST Advanced, you would go to, at the time I went, what was called our field training exercise, which is where you have approximately 3 days where you're given multiple problems. You don't get any support from instructors, and you have to solve those problems within a specific time and then present your findings on those. Upon completion of that, we have an additional 4 weeks where you would go to our what we call Certification 1 and Certification 2. As a part of that training, we have instruction from professors in the field of radio frequency. We have presentations from all the major providers, not only by their legal compliance representatives, but also by their engineers who set up the networks. They provide kind of an overview of how each specific network is set up. We went to see a network switch to see the actual physical infrastructure associated with cellular technology. And then upon completion of that, we're given a written test that we have to pass. And then the last 2 weeks, we do instruction on what's called drive testing, which is taking measurements of what the true cellular environment looks like for a particular area. And then we have a problem that we have to solve again that we take all the way to a mock court scenario that we have to present. Upon completion of all of that, instructors meet, discuss each candidate, and then if you pass, you would be considered a certified member of CAST.
And are you a certified member of CAST?
Yes.
So you completed all that training you just discussed.
Yes, sir.
And you completed it successfully.
Yes, sir.
I want to talk to you a little bit about cell towers for a minute. What, based on your knowledge and your training of cellular networks, can you explain to the jury what a cell tower does?
Sure. So a cell tower is constantly emitting radio frequency for a given area. And so if you think about it from the standpoint of whenever you're going to make a call on your phone, the important part is you want to be able to talk to somebody that's a great distance away. So phones work very similar to what a portable radio that you could go buy at an electronics store would works in the same way. So if you take that portable radio, you can communicate to somebody, but you're limited on the distance that you could communicate with them. So if our cell phone was only able to communicate down the street, it wouldn't necessarily be relevant for our day-to-day life. So what a cell tower does is it allows the cell tower to the cellular phone, instead of communicating directly with another phone, to communicate with that tower. Once it does that, that signal can be transmitted down the street or throughout the world to allow you to make a phone call to anywhere that a cellular phone has service.
What is the range of a cell tower?
So the range of a cell tower primarily depends on the area. So whenever network engineers are creating the network, they're ultimately doing it to support population or users of their network. So in an area like Boise, where there's a pretty high population, you'll see a lot of cell phone towers, and those towers are generally going to provide service out to the next closest tower. So like I said, in Boise, where you have a large population to support, the footprint of what that cellular tower is going to provide coverage to is smaller. When you start talking about Rexburg, which is a more rural area, there's less towers. So those towers are going to go out farther distances just because of the fact that the population is less dense there.
So is it fair to say that cell towers are responsible for providing coverage to a particular area?
Yes, networks are designed to provide coverage to its users.
And can you explain what a sector of a tower is?
Yes. So a traditional cell phone tower, if you're looking at it from the top and think of it as that radio frequency is going out in all directions, almost as a circle. So to optimize their network, that tower is divided into 3 different sectors. So again, if you think about that circle and cutting it into a pie of 3 equal pieces, that's what a sector represents. So there's antennas on that tower that basically provide coverage to 120 degrees away from that tower. So if you think about that circle being 360 degrees, divide that by 3, that gives you the 3 equal sectors that cover approximately 120 degrees of that circle.
And can you briefly summarize for the jury how a cell phone engages with a cell tower?
Yes. So your cell phone, even in your pocket when you're not talking on it, is constantly scanning the environment to look for which tower and sector are providing the strongest signal. So that way, if you do need to make a call or receive a text message, your phone is already aware of what tower and sector it's going to utilize for that interaction.
And how does a phone determine, or how is it determined what tower a cell phone connects with?
So the phone is making that decision. And that's probably the most important part to remember that. The phone, whenever it's scanning and it's looking at the cellular environment that it's in, it's keeping a list of what that strongest tower is at any given time. So the cell phone selects the strongest tower and sector to begin an interaction with the network for whatever it is, be a voice call, email, whatever that might be.
And will that strongest tower always be the closest tower?
It can be, but also there could be obstructions in the way that it might choose a cellular tower that's a little bit farther away. So it's going to choose the strongest signal, not necessarily the closest.
Do cellular companies record the activity of each of their customers?
They do. So if you think about, maybe 15 years ago, whenever you got a cell phone bill, and not only did it include the amount that you owed the provider, you also had a list of all the different calls that were made on that specific account. So whenever you're looking at the recordings of what a cellular provider keeps on the specific account, that's what we're talking about. So that could be the date and time, the duration of a specific event, the direction, whether you received an inbound or outbound call, and that's on your call detail record. The difference with the records that what law enforcement look at is it also includes columns for location information. So what that includes is the tower and sector that was utilized for a specific interaction that you had with the provider.
And I think you used the phrase call detail records.
Yes.
Is that the phrase usually associated with the records that the cellular companies keep?
It is, yes.
What pieces of, you kind of went over this, but what pieces of information are typically found in a call detail record?
So typically, just like on the old phone bill, you'll see a date and a time. You'll see what type of transaction, whether it was a voice or a text message. You'll see the duration if it was a voice call. You'll see the number that was called or the number that called into the account. And then, like I mentioned, with the call detail records we're looking at, we'll also see columns that give us location information.
Does the information captured on call detail records vary by provider?
It does. Most providers are going to capture the majority of the same information. They just might capture it different ways. But specific to, there are nuances specific to Verizon. Verizon doesn't capture the location information associated with a text message.
And other companies do.
Correct.
Do cellular providers maintain lists of where their towers are located?
They do. So each cellular provider has, by latitude and longitude location, every single tower that they have throughout the territory that they cover.
How do you use those types of records to determine where a phone was located?
So if you think about the specific geographical area, let's just talk about Idaho. So if you look at a cellular provider's tower records for Idaho, I can take those records and place them on a map for the significant area that we're looking at. So again, let's just say for the state of Idaho. With that, I can then take the call detail records and marry each line in a call detail record up with the location of the tower and sector that was used for that specific event. So if you think about it from the standpoint of every tower, if you imagine it was a mailbox on a map, I'm taking each line as a letter and delivering it to that specific mailbox on the map. So what that enables me to do is anytime there's an interaction on those call detail records, I can see at that date and time what tower and sector was utilized.
And how do you estimate the coverage area of a sector?
So that goes back to, again, talking about looking at the population density is usually a good estimate, because whenever you see an area like Boise, the coverage area of a tower and sector is usually going to go out to the next tower and sector because they want to provide overlapping coverage to their customers. Again, I'll use a few analogies when I explain this, but if you think about in your yard, if you have a sprinkler system and a sprinkler head's only going out a couple feet, and then there's nothing hitting the grass for another 10 feet to your next sprinkler, you're going to have dead grass, just like you're going to have dead areas in cell service. Because of that, engineers, in order to optimize their network, provide overlapping coverage. So each tower is going to have overlapping coverage with the tower next to it.
Is there a way to determine the actual coverage area of a sector versus how you just described?
Yes. So we can do what's called a drive test, which is I briefly mentioned as a part of our certification process. And what this is we take equipment that has sensors and antennas, and we can place it. It's a portable unit that we can place into a car. And then we, in essence, like the name says, drive an area. And as we're driving, it's taking hundreds of measurements a minute of the location of where the drive test equipment is and what the cellular signal that it sees at any given time. So if you go to a specific area and drive basically every road, every area that you can get to, then what we can do is we can take all of that data, put it onto a map, and see what the true coverage of a tower and sector is versus what these estimates that I mentioned are.
And is drive testing used in the cellular industry?
Yes, drive testing would be the industry standard for determining the true coverage of a cellular footprint.
Did you conduct a drive test in this case?
I did.
What was the area that you conducted your drive test over?
So we conducted the drive test pretty much throughout Rexburg, all the way up to the area around St. Anthony and down just a little bit south of Rexburg.
When did you do that?
We did that in June of 2020.
Was there an event that led to you performing that drive test?
There was. I was contacted by law enforcement in June and was notified that they found the bodies of Tylee and JJ. And so immediately I worked out the logistics to get the equipment I needed up to the Rexburg area. And I believe I was over there within about 6 days after the bodies were found to conduct that drive test.
And you mentioned going all the way from St. Anthony down to south of Rexburg. Why would you do such an expansive drive test for an area that goes so far beyond Mr. Daybell's property?
Sure. So the investigation at that point was still ongoing. And so in order to basically ensure that any use of cellular phones that became of interest for specific dates, we would be able to see what the true footprint of towers were versus doing those estimates. So basically, just because of the case itself and there was continuing investigation, that's why I chose to do a larger area.
What is the equipment you use to perform a drive test? What is it called?
It's called a Gladiator Autonomous Receiver, or GAR for short.
And can anyone go to Walmart and pick up a GAR?
No. So when I talked about doing a drive test, the GAR is kind of it's a multiple component device. What that means is it not only includes the sensors, antennas associated with getting the readings of the cellular signal, it also includes a computer. It also includes the software that the FBI utilizes to get those raw measurements and get them all the way to a map so that we can utilize it as a part of an investigation.
Okay, so it has, just to make sure everyone understands, a physical and a software component.
Yes, the company provides a physical and a software component.
And you mentioned scanners in that equipment. Are the scanners within the GAR restricted to law enforcement?
No, they are not.
The GAR unit itself, is that restricted to law enforcement?
Yes. So the company that sells the GAR Gladiator at least the last time I checked, they only sold to law enforcement.
And you testified that you conducted this test in June of 2019?
In June of 2020.
June of 2020, I apologize. Thank you. Moving on, are you able to determine where a phone, but by using cellular records, are you able to determine where a phone is located 24 hours a day, 7 days a week by identifying the tower and sector it uses?
No. So that's where I talked a little bit about before. We need a line on a call detail record at a specific date and time. And that's what allows me to give an estimate, is if I have a specific date and time where the phone interacted with a network and then the tower and sector that was used. So again, with the analogies, but if you think about it where you have a neighbor and you know what they drive. So if you look out the window at 9:01 in the morning and you see their car in the driveway, and then you go about your business and you go back 30 minutes later and the car is still in the driveway, you can't say what that car was doing for that time whenever you weren't looking out the window. The records are the same way. So whenever I have a record, I can make an estimate based on the tower and sector that was used. But if there's no use for a period of time, I can't make an estimate during that period of no use.
And again, does the cell phone always select the geographically closest tower?
No, it's going to select the strongest signal that it sees.
But so a phone, even if it doesn't select the closest tower, it will select a tower within the coverage area. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct. And that's why we conduct a drive test, is because a phone, in order to utilize a tower and sector, has to be able to see that tower and sector at the location where it is.
So regardless of the phone selecting the closest or slightly more distant tower, the phone's approximate area can still be estimated, correct?
Yes.
We've been talking about cell records. Are you familiar with Google location records?
I am.
Can you describe what they are?
So Google provides a service that includes location history. And so if a user opts into location history, then Google records locations where a device that is opted in has been located historically.
How does Google identify the location of a device?
A few different ways. One way is by the GPS within the phone, which is basically telling the lat long of where the phone is located at any given time. Also via Wi-Fi. And so what that means is the phone is utilizing the Wi-Fi in an area to determine an estimated location. And then also via cellular signal, which is where Google was giving an estimate based on the cellular towers that a phone sees.
Talking about the Wi-Fi connection through Google, does the device need to connect to a Wi-Fi access point for Google to know that location?
No. And if some of you have seen where you'll get a notification on your phone, turn on Wi-Fi to better estimate your accuracy, doesn't necessarily need to be connected to a Wi-Fi access point. Google, as a part of the information that they maintain, they have information on a lot of different Wi-Fi access points and where they're located. So as an example, if my phone, I'm nearby a Wi-Fi at a McDonald's, if Google knows where that Wi-Fi at the McDonald's is and knows that my phone sees that Wi-Fi, I don't need to be connected to it for Google to make an estimation that I'm close to where that McDonald's is.
Do the Google location records reflect information on the accuracy of their records?
Yes. So Google provides a margin of error associated with each line in their location record.
Have you used Google location information as part of investigations in the past?
I have. I've used it to locate devices on numerous occasions in the past.
Speaking to both cellular records and Google location records, are you able to pinpoint the exact location of a phone?
No, my estimate is based on the records that I'm reviewing, and depending on what those records are, that's going to affect how precise I can say on my estimate of a general location of a phone.
And are you able to pinpoint the exact location of a person with cellular records?
No, I'm looking primarily at devices that are reporting to different providers, not specifically a person. I think that's a common mistake. Whenever I'm evaluating records, I'm attempting to locate where the phone was. Now, granted, that could very well be in the pocket of the person it's associated with, but I'm not locating a person, I'm locating a device.
And do you regularly use cellular telephone technology and this Google location technology in your work?
Yes, on a daily basis.
Have you ever provided instruction in the field of historical cell site analysis?
I've conducted numerous CAS basic courses throughout the United States, and then I've done presentations throughout the United States and Mexico and in the United Kingdom.
And have you ever provided expert testimony on this subject matter in the past?
I have.
Speaking about the records we've talked about, in addition to that, does CAST use any other type of records other than what we've been discussing?
So yes, CAS uses basically any of the records that we can obtain via a search warrant, and different providers provide different types of data sets that we can utilize. And primarily what that gives me is if there's a record that has a specific line that has a date and time, I can give an estimate of where a phone was located.
Did you receive any records like that in this case?
Yes, but none that were used as a part of my reporting.
Agent, you did mention that you did examine records in this case.
Yes.
What records did you examine?
So numerous call detail records associated with multiple phones, as well as Google location history.
Are the records you relied upon to create this report voluminous?
They are.
Uh, And did you prepare a report that would summarize your findings that were relevant to this investigation?
I did.
Did you prepare this report in anticipation of testifying in this trial?
I did.
Do you believe that this report would aid the jury in understanding the various cell phone records you reviewed?
I do.
Was your report peer-reviewed by another member of CAST?
It was.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 156, which is a thumb drive. Courtesy copy has been provided to court and counsel. Agent Balance, do you recognize State's Exhibit 156?
I do.
What is it?
It's a USB drive that I initialed that contained a copy of my report.
And have you reviewed the content of that thumb drive?
I have.
And is that a true and accurate representation of the report that you prepared?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, based on the witness's testimony and pursuant to Rule 1006 of the Idaho Rules of Evidence, we ask that this report be admitted into evidence as a summary exhibit.
Any objection, Mr. Pryor?
Judge, there won't be an objection, but I do need to have a sidebar with counsel in the court prior to proceeding.
Okay, let's go ahead and take up a sidebar, the request of defense for a moment, Mr. Wood. All right, we had a brief sidebar just discussing evidence and discussing with both the state and the defense that there's additional information in terms of the data that led to this summary that is or will be admissible in the case. So when that matter comes up specifically, we'll take it up. And Mr. Wood, at this point, Exhibit 156 was offered, and based on that discussion on the sidebar, Mr. Pryor, is there any objection to 156 being admitted at this time?
Judge, as previously noted, there would be no objection to all of this data.
Okay, so the 156 is admitted, Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
And I'll be doing that through HDMI. Agent, do you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
If you could just briefly give us a summary of what's on this front
Sure.
page.
This is basically the cover page associated with my report, which includes the phone numbers that I did analysis on, as well as the Google account that I did analysis on, the specific dates that I was asked to look at, and then data report, case number, and my name.
And on slide 2, what are you describing?
That's speaking specifically to the methodology used as a part of our analysis that I described previously.
In slide 3.
The same thing, just specific to the Google location history.
So in preparing this report, just to be clear, you relied on cellular records like we talked about, meaning that the records of phones interacting with cell towers. Is that
Correct.
fair? And then on Google location data.
Relied upon records we received from Google associated with the homerjmaximus@gmail account.
And through your investigation, we'll get to that in a minute. Tell us about slide 4.
So this is whenever I spoke to earlier about cellular towers and their locations kind of following what population looks like. So as you can see in Boise, the population is higher, and you're going to see the towers are much more dense. And as you go out into the rural areas of Idaho, you see that those towers are farther apart, and they're going to provide coverage to much larger footprint.
Tell us what we see on slide 5.
This is just an example of what cellular towers can look like. So the traditional tower, kind of the second from the left, as well as providers' attempts to hide the towers to be more aesthetically pleasing via a cactus or a tree.
And what do we see on slide 6?
So on the left, you'll see a traditional cell phone tower that's divided into the 3 different sectors that I talked about earlier. So you can see the sets of antenna are facing 3 different directions. Then over to the right, when I talked about that circle, this is looking over top of a cellular tower, and you can see the 3 different sectors divided into equal pieces. You can also see at the top where there's a 0, it's a little bit smaller, harder to see, but that 0 starts there and just like a compass goes all the way around to 359 degrees. So whenever you're looking at a specific tower and sector, the provider will indicate the azimuth, which is basically the direction from the tower that specific sector, the midpoint of it. So if you're looking at sector 1, the azimuth of that sector would be 0 degrees, and you see plus 60 and minus 60 to equal 120.
A lot of information on this slide. What are we looking at?
This is just an example of what the call detail records that I spoke about earlier look like, specific to each carrier, starting with Verizon. And so what you'll see is the information I indicated, like the date, time, as well as on the right side, you'll see what starts with first serving cell site, first serving, it's kind of cut off, but that's showing the tower and sector that I would correspond with the tower list in order to place that on a map.
And page 8, what are we seeing there?
The same thing, just an example from AT&T, and you can see how the records and columns differ slightly, but still contain information as far as the date, time, originating number that starts the call, terminating number that ends the call, as well as the location information on the right side associated with the tower and sector that was used.
What are we seeing on page 9?
And then just to repeat, the same type of call detail record for T-Mobile.
Page 10, what is that?
So that's looking at how we would look at the Google location history. And so there you can see date and timestamp, the estimated latitude and longitude, and then the confidence column, which is what I spoke to earlier, as far as the margin of error that Google estimates that specific line. And then a device tag, which is a way for Google to associate a specific device that was utilized on the account that was reporting that location information.
In that, I think you called it a confidence column. Are there two different sources of information? And I get this is just an example, but if you can point out kind of those different sources of information and the numbers associated with those.
Yeah, so specific to this case, Google location history included locations that were derived from GPS, Wi-Fi, and cellular. That column there is where we can determine how that specific location was derived.
And the number next to it, what is that number?
To the left or to the right?
To the left.
To the left, that's the margin of error associated with that specific location in meters.
What are we seeing on slide 11?
So whenever you get into my report, those lines that are from a call detail record, I represent with basically a call information box so that way you can see the specific location that's mapped, what that record indicated for date, time, direction of the call, type of call, and then the azimuth or direction from that tower that interaction occurred, as well as any associated number for if it's a call or a text message.
What do we see on page 12?
These are the specific numbers that I was asked to conduct analysis on in this case. And then each one is going to be represented by a specific color whenever I place it on a map. So this is just basically a legend so that you can see whenever you observe a specific use on a map, which phone that I'm representing.
And what are we seeing on page 13?
This is an example of the drive test data that I spoke about. So after we conduct that drive test and then place that information onto a map, this is how it would look. So on the left side, you see one tower and sector and the coverage area of that tower and sector. The dark green is the dominant area of coverage. And then the lighter green is just the coverage area. So what that means is if the phone is within that darker green, it would likely select that tower and sector in order to have an interaction, but it could also be anywhere in that lighter green and still see that specific tower and sector. Then on the right, you're seeing two different towers and sectors, one at the top right represented in red, and the tower and sector at the bottom right coverage area represented in yellow. And then you can see the orange area is where there's overlapping coverage between those two towers and sectors.
And what do we see on page 14?
This follows the same call box as the cellular slide, only it indicates what the box will look like for Google location information. I've also got at the bottom right, because with Google location, there could be numerous locations recorded in a matter of minutes. So instead of, in essence, putting a lot of stuff onto a map that doesn't allow you to see what's going on, I've added a summary location or a Google geolocation summary box so you can see how many locations were recorded in a specific amount of time. You can also see on the left side the Wi-Fi or GPS. That's the icon that'll be represented whenever a Google location is derived from one of those two events. And then also where applicable, the margin of error will be that yellow circle, which will show a representation of what that margin of error looked like from the record.
What do we see on page 15?
Locations of significance with this investigation.
And if you would just go down and read those items.
Sure. So the burn pit location, which is on Mr. Daybell's property, Tylee Ryan body location, which was on Mr. Daybell's property, and same thing for JJ Vallow. Chad Daybell's residence, Lori Vallow's residence, Alex Cox's residence, the location of the Salem Church, location of a Holiday Inn Express in Springville, Utah, Evergreen Cemetery in Springville, Utah, a Walmart located in Rexburg, Wireless Revolution, which is also located in Rexburg, a store that is associated with cell phones and AT&T, Brigham Young University Library in Rexburg, Sportsman's Warehouse down in Idaho Falls, and then a Marriott Residence Inn in Kansas City, Missouri.
Can you explain to the jury what we see on page 17 of your report?
Sure. So this is an overview of Rexburg and the surrounding area. I didn't mention before, but you can see the dots. Those are representative of cell phone towers for the different networks that provide coverage in the area, as well as the locations placed onto a map that I mentioned in the last slide that were of significance to this investigation.
If you have a pointer, and I realize that on the screen it's a little bit further away, but if you could just kind of go through a couple of those locations on the map.
Yes. So the green marked CD is for Chad Daybell's property. And I know I mentioned other locations on that property, but whenever you zoom out, there's no way that I could add all of those and they would be representative of the specific location. Below that is the Salem Church, Walmart in Rexburg, Wireless Revolution, L for the library on the university grounds, and then LV for Lori Vallow's apartment.
And on page 18, what do we see?
Those were the locations of significance mentioned down in Springville, Utah. So the EG is the Evergreen Cemetery and the HI is the Holiday Inn Express.
So, Agent, were you asked to look at a couple of or some specific dates as part of your investigation?
I was.
We just saw a slide that said September 9th. Was your involvement in this investigation concurrent with other investigators working on this case?
It was.
And what was significant about the date September 9th to you?
So based on conversations that I'd had with investigators, they had determined that September 8th was likely the last time that Tylee Ryan was photographed alive.
Okay, thank you. So slide 20, if you can walk the jury through what we're seeing here and where it's at.
Yeah, so I'll be a little bit more specific in this one because the majority of my slides are going to follow this same format. So at the top, you're seeing what it is. This is based on Google location history, the account that is associated with that Google location, and all the Google location history in this report is going to be for homerjmaximus@gmail.com. And then you're seeing basically the bookends of what this slide represents. And by that, I mean, we're looking at September 9th for any locations between 12 a.m. and 5 o'clock a.m. Also, with all of my analysis of the Google location history, I looked at Google locations that were 100 meters or less in margin of error. So then we see,
Agent, if I can stop you there, why did you pick 100 meters or less?
just to ensure that whenever you look at Google location, you can see margin of errors that can be extremely wide in the thousands of meters. So we did that to basically look at the more precise locations from the reporting.
So is it fair to say you did that in an effort to be more accurate?
The locations that are larger margin of error are accurate, but it helps us to basically look at a specific device and where it's located. When you start getting extremely large margins of error, I wouldn't be able to differentiate whether a device was in this slide at reporting from Alex Cox's residence or Lori Vallow's residence. So 100 meters was basically just the line that I set as far as what precision we were looking at.
And when we speak about the Homer J. Maximus at Gmail account, that has been brought up before, but can you remind the jury who that account is associated with?
With Alex Cox.
All right. So you've taken us through the heading. Can you walk us through the rest of the slide?
Yeah, so you'll see two different locations that both are reported via GPS. And so on the top left, if you can see the pointer, we're looking at 2:42 and 2 seconds, 2:42 and 11 seconds, and 3:37 and 22 seconds. Google location consistent with being just west of Lori Vallow's apartment. And then there's movement between 3:37 and 4:37, where at 4:37, it's now reporting pointer, consistent with being at Alex Cox's apartment.
And so just to verify the time here, we're talking about 2:42 a.m. September 9th.
Correct.
And just to make sure we're interpreting the data correctly, what this shows is that Alex Cox's
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. There seems to be some leading.
Sustain.
Your Honor, may I briefly argue?
Just ask another non-leading question, please, Mr. Wood.
Thank you. So the yellow dots are associated with locations of, what are those associated with?
So those are associated with a Google location of Alex Cox's device.
And if, just to briefly summarize, on what times are Alex Cox's device located near Lori Vallow's residence?
At 2:42 in the morning, and then at 3:37 in the morning.
And then after that, where does his device appear to go?
So there are no records that I found of 100 meters or less between 3:37 and 4:37. At 4:37, the Google location is consistent with being at Alex Cox's residence.
Agent, what do we see on slide 21?
So again, I'll go through this a little bit more in detail just because it's the first time you're seeing a tower and sector being mapped. So at the top, it's tower interactions, cellular tower interactions. And then below that, I'm going to indicate which phone numbers are associated with what I mapped. And then again, with the bookend of what times I was looking at. So this specifically is looking at September 9th from 7:20 in the morning until 8:04 in the morning. The tower at the top is associated with the 0143 phone, which was associated with Chad Daybell. That's utilizing a tower and sector that provides coverage to the Chad Daybell residence. And then there are multiple text messages and then a call at 8:03. And then, as I mentioned before, Verizon does not record the location information for text messaging. So because of that, we can see that the text messages are being exchanged with the Lori Vallow 4652 phone, but we don't see the tower and sector that her phone utilized in those text messages. We do, however, see on the phone call that occurs at 8:03 from the Daybell 4652 phone from the Daybell 0143 phone to the Lori Vallow 4652 phone. We see that the Lori Vallow phone is utilizing a tower and sector that provides coverage to her residence.
And what was the date and time frame for these conversations?
Yeah, so the text messages were 7:20 in the morning, 7:42, 7:53, 8 o'clock, and then 8:03. And then the phone call is from the Daybell 0143 to the Vallow 4652 phone at 8:03.
Agent, in your review of phone records, how often would Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell communicate with each other?
Pretty regularly.
So slide 22, wow. What are we seeing there?
Okay, so this is a different phone associated with Chad Daybell, ending 9374. This is on the Verizon network, and it's utilizing a tower and sector that provides coverage to the Daybell residents to make an outbound call to a phone associated with Alex Cox, ending in 9120. Alex Cox's phone at that time was utilizing a tower and sector that provides coverage to his residents.
That was September 9th at 8:11 a.m.
Correct.
Can you tell how long of a phone call that was?
Yes. So in the box, you'll see after the outgoing call, you'll see 180, then you'll see voice, and then you'll see 280. That 180 represents the duration of the call, and then the 280 represents the azimuth or direction from the tower that that antenna set was facing.
So it was a 180-second call.
Correct.
And what do we see on slide 23?
So this is the Daybell 0143 phone utilizing 3 different towers, all of which provide coverage to his residents between 8:15 in the morning and 9:06 in the morning.
And who are those communications with? Can you tell?
Yeah, so one at 8:58 is an outbound text to the Lori Vallow 4652 phone. And then at 8:15 and 8:39, there's an outbound and an inbound text, both associated with an exchange with Lori Vallow's 4652 phone. And then the other incoming SMS at 9:05 is a number that I don't recognize.
Agent, what are we seeing on slide 24?
This is showing from the previous slide, the 3 towers that were utilized and the true coverage area obtained via the drive test. And so what you can see is there's coverage represented by red on the top right. The next one over to the left is in green, and the bottom left is in yellow. But the orange color represents a overlapping coverage area. So usually that's significant as a part of my analysis, because if a phone utilizes multiple towers in close proximity in time, I can estimate that that phone needs to be or has to be within that overlapping coverage area, depending on how far apart in time they were, or at least close to that overlapping coverage area.
So if we go back a slide and where I'm pointing the mouse, are those different towers that are being utilized by Chad Daybell's phone?
Yes. So if you're looking starting on the right at 8:39 in the morning, it utilizes the tower in St. Anthony, 8:58, the tower in Parker, and then 9:05, the tower to the far southwest. So within that 26-minute window, you're looking at the phone would need to be near those overlapping coverage areas. Otherwise, you would have to, in essence, be in one coverage area and move to another one in order to get service from that particular tower and sector.
And so again, slide 24 is a map of that coverage area.
Correct.
And what is slide 25?
That's just zoomed in, showing that all 3 of those towers provide coverage to the Daybell residents.
Agent, what do we see in slide 26?
So here we're seeing Google location history associated with one of Alex Cox's devices, indicating that at 8:49 in the morning, it's consistent with being down in the area of his apartment. And by 9:15, it's consistent with being just south of Chad Daybell's property.
And can you point those locations out to the jury
For sure.
and the times associated with those locations?
So that's the Google location at 8:49 and 19 on the bottom left of the screen. And then at the top is at 9:15.
And what are I should have asked earlier, what are the margins of error associated with those hits?
8 meters at the bottom and then 3 meters at the top, both reporting via GPS.
And so the measurement at 9:15 is just south of Mr. Daybell's residence.
That's correct.
Agent, what do we see on page 27?
So here you're seeing Google location history associated with a device reporting from Alex Cox's Gmail account. And you're seeing multiple different locations that were mapped during that time window. So the first one that we see is at 9:21 and 36 seconds.
And Agent, I'm sorry to interrupt, but if you can use the pointer
Yeah, for sure.
and show the
Sorry.
jury which box and you're pointing to as you go through these.
Yep. So at 9:21 and 36 seconds, we see a Google location history reported or data line that shows a margin of error of 6 meters, very close in proximity to the area where Tylee was found. And then we see at 9:22 and 50 seconds, a location over here that is a 3-meter margin of error. And then we see two additional at 10:39 and 10:57. The 10:39 has a 43-meter margin of error, which is that larger yellow circle. And then 10:57, we have a 5-meter margin of error, again, in the area where Tylee's body was found.
Agent, did you personally go to this property?
I did.
Was there anything significant to you on the northwest corner where there is the hit at 9:22? Anything significant to you in that area?
There's a gate that allows you to access the property via vehicle right there. That's actually how we entered the property with the drive test equipment.
And can you remind the jury what BP stands for?
The burn pit.
And the TY, is that the location of Tylee's body?
Yes,
And again, this was September 9th.
correct.
Take a quick break here, Mr. Wood.
Yeah,
Okay, we'll go ahead and just take our morning recess here and take about 25 minutes on the recess, and then we'll come back on.
That's it. Let me hear anything. Yeah.
All rise. District Court's again in session.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, let's have the jurors brought in, please.
All right, please. Stop President County for your honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, we just completed the mid-morning recess. We're still on the record. KCR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell, continuing with direct examination of agent balance. Mr. Wood, if you'd like to continue on direct, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor, and may I continue to publish?
You may.
Agent, before the break, we had just left this slide, so just for purposes of continuity, if you just very briefly re-summarize this slide so we can move to the next.
Sure. This was looking at Google location history associated with a device for Alex Cox and locations in and around the Chad Daybell property between 9:21 and 10:57 in the morning.
What do we see on slide 28?
So this is looking at a tower and sector that provides coverage to the Chad Daybell property and the Chad Daybell 0143 phone and its use between 10:35 in the morning and 12:20 that afternoon. And in the box, you can see there's multiple text messages and one call, again, beginning at 10:35 and going through 12:20.
And in the legend, it just has the number for Chad Daybell. Are you familiar with the numbers that he is communicating with?
I am. So the number ending 4652 would be associated with Lori Vallow.
Is it fair to say that much of these communications on this slide are taking place during the same time frame as this slide?
It goes a little bit beyond that, but
Okay.
yes.
And what do we see on slide 29?
So that's looking at the dominant and coverage area of the tower that was used from the previous slide, indicating that that tower does provide coverage to the Chad Daybell property.
And slide 30?
And this is just a zoomed in view of the previous slide, again, indicating that that tower provides coverage to the Daybell property.
And what do we see in slide 31?
So this is Google location history, again, associated with the account for Alex Cox's device, starting at 11:42 in the morning. There are two locations reported to Google up here. One is at 11:45, 28-meter margin of error, and then one just preceded that at 11:42 with a 4-meter margin of error just north of Chad Daybell's property. And then at 11:46 and 11:47, there's two additional Google locations reported consistent with southbound travel away from Chad Daybell's property.
And again, that's September 9th.
Correct.
And what do we see on slide 32?
So this is looking at calls that were made. I'll start at the top from the Chad Daybell 0143 phone, an outbound call of 183 seconds made to the Lori Vallow 4652 phone. And again, that was at 11:45 in the morning, utilizing a tower that provides coverage to the Chad Daybell residence. And then also the number ending 9120 associated with Alex Cox, making an outbound call to the 4652 Lori Vallow phone, utilizing a Verizon tower that also provides coverage to the area around the Daybell property. And then the location of the Lori Vallow 4652 phone whenever it received those calls consistent with being down in the area of Rexburg.
All right, so just to be clear, that top box in blue, that's a phone call from a phone associated with the Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow.
That's correct.
And that middle box, the first red one, that's an outgoing call from a phone associated with Alex Cox to a phone associated with Lori Vallow.
Yes, that's correct.
And again, just for clarity, these symbols here, what do, if you can just remind the jury, just since we came in off that break, what those describe?
For sure. Those represent the specific sectors on that tower that were used. So you can see those shapes or wedges. They represent approximately 120 degrees of that piece of pie that I mentioned earlier from the circle.
And what do we see on slide 33?
So that's specific to the Verizon tower that was utilized by the 9120 phone associated with Alex Cox, and what that coverage area looks like. That does include Chad Daybell's property in the area to the south.
And that's related to the phone call he made on the previous slide?
Correct. That's the tower that was used to make the phone call from the previous slide.
And slide 34.
And again, this is just a zoomed in view of that coverage map.
What do we see on slide 35?
These are two interactions with the network, both of them text messages. At 12:32 and 37 seconds, the 0143 phone associated with Chad Daybell receives a text message from the 4652 phone associated with Lori Vallow, and it utilizes a tower that does provide coverage to the Daybell residents. And then approximately 1 minute later, there's an outbound text from the 0143 phone associated with Chad Daybell to the 4652 phone associated with Lori Vallow. That tower, which we'll see in following slides, does also provide coverage to the Daybell residents. I would speak more to that on one of the following slides. And that's where you can see the coverage map associated with that tower down in Rexburg, which does provide coverage to the north-south road that goes up towards Chad Daybell's property, but it does include the Chad Daybell property.
And what is significant on slide 37?
So this is a call a few minutes later, or an inbound text message a few minutes later received by the 0143 Daybell phone from the 4652 Lori Vallow phone. This tower does not provide coverage to the Daybell residents and would be consistent with that 0143 phone traveling away from the residents.
And is that moving in a southern direction from the home?
Yes, sir. South towards Rexburg.
And what do we see on slide 38?
This is showing the coverage of that tower from the previous slide and showing basically that it provides coverage to a little ways north of Rexburg, but it is zoomed to the viewpoint that shows the coverage, which does not include Chad Daybell's residence.
And so just to clarify, this is related to the last two slides then?
No,
Or-
that is a separate tower. So if
Okay.
you go back, go back one more. And one more. Sorry, keep going. So that tower that you see to the south, the coverage map for that is the one that does include coverage to Chad Daybell's property. The one at 1239, I believe it was, that's a separate tower than the one depicted earlier, and that one does not include coverage to Chad Daybell's property.
What do we see on slide 39?
So this is looking at on September the 9th, between 1243 and 1249. Tower usage by the 0143 phone associated with Chad Daybell, the 9120 phone associated with Alex. Yes, ma'am. Associated with the 0143 phone. Tower usage associated with the 9120 phone, which is associated with Alex Cox. And then tower usage of the 4652 phone, which is associated with Lori Vallow.
And what do we see on slide 40?
So this is looking at the coverage maps of the different towers that were utilized in the previous slide.
And so is it fair to say that the phones we were looking at in the previous slide, the 9120, the 0143 are within the Rexburg area at that time?
Correct. You'll see from the drive test data that the Verizon tower that is utilized by the phones associated with Alex Cox and Lori Vallow actually do extend up pretty far north and could potentially include the Daybell property. But the tower use of the 0143 phone used by Chad Daybell is depicted in orange, which does not include Chad Daybell residence and provides coverage to the Rexburg area.
Can you point that out to the jury, that area?
For sure. The area that I'm circling with the pointer
Thank
in
you.
orange.
What do we see on slide 41?
So this is zoomed in where it shows the coverage area of the Verizon tower utilized by phones associated with Alex Cox and Lori Vallow, as well as coverage in orange associated with the 0143 Chad Daybell phone. And the overlapping coverage area does include Alex Cox and Lori Vallow's residence. You also see Google location history at 1243 and 1246, reporting from a device associated with Alex Cox's Google account, consistent with being at Alex Cox's residence.
That's still September 9th.
Correct.
Agent Balance, were you asked to look at cellular and Google data related to on or around September 23?
I was.
I'm sorry, of 2019.
I was. Yes, sir.
And why was that?
In conversation with investigators, it was determined that the last photograph of JJ Vallow alive was on September the 22nd.
So what do we see on slide 43?
So here we're looking at September 23rd between 3:59 in the morning and 8:35 in the morning. multiple outbound text messages, and one inbound text message. And these exchanges are all between the 0143 phone associated with Chad Daybell and the 4652 phone associated with Lori Vallow. The tower and sector that was used by the 0143 phone provides coverage to the Chad Daybell residence.
And I think you said it, but what is the time of that first message?
That's at 3:59 in the morning, and that is an outbound from the 0143 phone associated with Chad Daybell to a phone associated with Lori Vallow.
And what do we see on slide 44?
That's Google location information associated with an account attributed to Alex Cox on September the 23rd, between 9:01 in the morning and 9:41, consistent with being at Alex Cox's apartment.
So during that approximately 40 minutes, is it fair to say that that device is relatively non-moving?
Correct. All of those are repeated locations with the same margin of error.
And what do we see on slide 45?
So this is mapping out a phone call that was made from the 9374 phone associated with Chad Daybell, utilizing a Verizon tower that provides coverage to the Chad Daybell residence. And the call is made to the phone number ending 9120 associated with Alex Cox.
What time is that phone call made?
That's at 9:25 in the morning.
How long, are you able to tell from the cell data you received, or the call data, how long that phone call was?
Yes. So you can see after the type, the 38, that represents a phone call of 38 seconds.
And this is September 23rd.
Yes, that's correct.
What do we see on slide 46?
That's just showing the tower and sector that was used in the previous slide, what the coverage looks like for that Verizon tower, and that it includes the Chad Daybell residence.
And 47?
It's just a zoomed in version of the previous slide, again, to show the coverage that includes the Chad Daybell residence.
What do we see on slide 48?
So this is showing activity on the 0143 phone associated with Chad Daybell, as well as activity on the 4652 phone associated with Lori Vallow. Specific to the 0143 phone, there's 3 different towers that are utilized, all of which provide coverage to the Daybell residence. And then there's the tower that is utilized by the phone associated with Lori Vallow is utilizing a tower in Rexburg.
And all those communications take place between what time?
9:27 and 9:37 in the morning.
On September 23rd.
Yes, sir. Correct.
What do we see on slide 49?
So here we see starting at 9:45 and continuing through 9:49, Google location history associated with Alex Cox's Google account, showing the device that was reporting to that account consistent with movement away from his apartment north on Highway 20.
And is that traveling towards Chad Daybell's property? Are you aware?
It is.
What do we see on slide 50?
So this is showing Google location information associated with Alex Cox's account with Google, showing that his device was reporting in and around Chad Daybell's property between 9:55 in the morning and 10:12. And then specifically on the top right, there are 2 locations reported via GPS. One of them is at 9:56 with a 4-meter margin of error. The other one is at 10:02 with a 3-meter margin of error, which are close in proximity to where JJ's body was found.
What do we see on slide 51?
Those are the same 2 locations that I just spoke about on the previous slide. They just include the yellow margin of error to show the accuracy associated with those 2 locations.
What was significant on slide 52?
So this is looking at the usage of the 0143 phone associated with Chad Daybell. The 2 different towers that were utilized between 9:30 in the morning and 10:27 in the morning on September the 23rd. So you see on the right, there's multiple outbound calls and text messages, as well as 1 inbound text message. All of those are exchanged between that phone and the 4652 phone associated with Lori Vallow. And then you see the tower usage down here. 2 of those, 1 an outbound call and then 1 an incoming SMS or text message, are associated with the 4652 phone attributed to Lori Vallow. So the significance that I talked about earlier, as far as looking at whenever 2 different towers are utilized, that phone would need to either be, depending on the time, within the overlapping coverage area or in close proximity to that overlapping coverage area. And then this is just showing the overlapping coverage area in orange that includes Chad Daybell's residence.
What is slide 54?
And that's just a zoomed in version of the previous slide.
And what do we see on slide 55?
This is showing Google location information on September the 23rd, between 10:12 in the morning and 10:20, consistent with a device associated with Alex Cox reporting Google location information showing at 10:12 in the morning, consistent with being nearby the Daybell property, and then at 10:20 being back down, consistent with being in Rexburg.
On September 23rd.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And what do we see on slide 56?
So this is showing on September the 23rd between 10:13 and 10:17 in the morning, use of the 0143 phone associated with Chad Daybell, and 3 outbound text messages, all to the 4652 phone associated with Lori Vallow. Those are at 10:16, all at 10:16. And then an outbound call from the 9120 phone associated with Alex Cox at 10:13, calling the 4652 phone associated with Lori Vallow. And then at the bottom, the location of Lori Vallow's phone whenever it received that incoming call, because again, it's on Verizon, so the text messages don't record the tower and sector.
Agent, did you look at any other times where the Homer J. Maximus account showed up at or near Mr. Daybell's residence?
I did.
And did you have any parameters that you put on that search?
Yeah, so the same parameter that I mentioned earlier, where I was looking at any location that had a margin of error of 100 meters or less for the Google location history.
And did you include those at the end of this report?
I did.
Agent, is this in relation to what we were just talking about, other times when the Homer J. Maximus account or a device associated with it shows up at or near Chad Daybell's property? Is this a summary of that?
It is. It just does not include the 2 dates that we just went over. It includes other dates in addition to those.
So what do we see on slide 105?
So this is Google location reporting associated with Alex Cox's Gmail account for device reporting on August 7th between 1:09 and 1:20. The locations as indicated on the map, consistent with being at the Chad Daybell property.
And what do we see on slide 106?
The same reporting that I just mentioned associated with the same account, just on August 24th between 7:24 and 7:32 p.m.
And slide 107?
Location information associated with the same account that I just mentioned, on September the 6th between 12:42 and 12:54 p.m.
And slide 108?
The same account associated with Alex Cox, indicating a device reporting on September 25th between 10:05 in the morning and 10:23 in the morning in the vicinity of Chad Daybell's residence.
Agent, we have gone over a lot of data in terms of cell coverage and GPS, Wi-Fi hits. I just want to go back over a few slides for purposes of establishing time.
Sure.
I'm going to start on slide 20. And like I said, we've already gone over this slide, but just for purposes of establishing the time, time frame wise, what happened in this slide?
So a device associated with Alex Cox's Gmail account was reporting on September the 9th at 2:42 and 3:37 in the morning, consistent with being just west of Lori Vallow's apartment. And then at 4:30, from 4:37 to 4:41, it's reporting consistent with being at Alex Cox's residence.
All right, and on slide 22, in terms of the time frame of this call, what is the time?
So that call occurs at 8:11 in the morning from the 9374 phone associated with Chad Daybell to the 9120 phone associated with Alex Cox.
That's on September 9th again.
Correct.
Okay, I'm gonna go to slide 26. What do we see in terms of time on this slide?
So there's two locations, one at 8:49 in the morning on September the 9th, one at 9:15 in the morning on September the 9th from Alex Cox's Google account, which is consistent with travel between that time frame from Rexburg towards Chad Daybell's residence.
On September 9th.
Yes, sir, correct.
And slide 27, in terms of the time frame.
So that's looking at between 9:21 in the morning and 10:57 in the morning on September the 9th. A device associated with Alex Cox's Google account reporting to be in and around Chad Daybell's property.
And slide 31.
Showing on September the 9th from 11:42 to 11:45, Google location information associated with Alex Cox, consistent with leaving the Daybell property going south, north initially and then south.
And in terms of September 23rd, go to slide 45. What are we seeing in terms of time frame?
We're seeing on September the 23rd at 9:25 in the morning, the 9374 phone associated with Chad Daybell is calling the 9120 phone associated with Alex Cox.
And skipping to slide 49. In terms of time frame, what do we see?
Between 9:45 and 9:49, Google location history associated with Alex Cox, consistent with traveling north away from Alex Cox's residence, north on 20.
And slide 50 in terms of time frame.
Looking at September 23rd between 9:55 and 10:12 in the morning, a device associated with Alex Cox's Google location is indicating being in the area of the Chad Daybell property and the backyard.
Then just one more. In terms of time frame, slide 55.
showing Google location history associated with Alex Cox's account, indicating that the device is at 1012 in the area of the Chad Daybell property. And then by 1020 is down towards Rexburg, indicating or consistent with southbound travel away from the property.
Your Honor, at this time, I have no further questions for this witness.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood.
And Judge, I'm gonna need the exhibit to utilize the exhibit during my cross.
Okay, the one we were just publishing from 156.
Yes, Judge.
Okay. And fair enough,
I have a
Mr.
copy.
Wood. Mr. Wood, if we could just have the exhibit from the bailiff brought to Mr. Pryor, please.
It's here on the table.
Thank you. If you'd like, Mr. Pryor, you can go ahead and get your device set up and make sure the exhibit's functioning on your device as well before you start across.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Agent.
Good morning, sir.
Before we get into some of my preliminary questions, I actually just want to skirt ahead a little bit to and sort of go out of order. Are you okay with that?
Absolutely.
Okay. I noticed when I got your report, I reviewed your report. And what's the significance of October 9th? Do you recall?
Sure. So October 9th, I believe, was associated with a report from Tammy Daybell of potentially having someone attempt to assault her.
Right. That was whoever's interpretation of paintball gun potentially was involved, correct?
That's what the report indicated.
But there was an interaction with Tammy Daybell on that date, correct? That's what you recall?
Yes, there was a report indicating there was an action that took place
Okay.
on that day.
Now, I read your report and do you recall the approximate time that the report stemmed from the 911 call on Tammy Daybell?
I don't.
Would it be possible that it was about 9:30 to 10 o'clock? Does that refresh your recollection?
I know it was in the evening hours, but specific time I don't.
Now, based on your analysis about Alex Cox's phone, and I just want you to touch on your evaluation of that October 9th time. Can you tell me what Alex Cox's phone and where it was binging on October 9th between approximately 5:30 and 10:30 at night?
Did you say binging? I'm
Well,
sorry.
where it was locating, where it was showing location data.
I need to look at my report to
Do you have a
refresh
copy of
my
your report?
recollection. I don't.
Judge, could I publish this?
I'm not sure. Are we on the exhibit 156?
We're on exhibit 156, page 80.
Okay.
Are you able to see that, Agent?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay, so I'm looking at the Homer J. Maximus and I'm looking at October 9th why don't you read that time for me?
Yeah, so this is October the 9th between 5:16 PM and 11:53 PM, showing Google location history associated with Alex Cox's device.
Okay, and that's on October 9th, is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And that was the date that allegedly there was some sort of an incident on Tammy Daybell's property and between 9:30 and 10 o'clock, is that correct?
My understanding was the evening hours, but I
Okay,
think that would encompass it.
so according to
Pryor.
this,
I need to have you talking to the microphone to keep our record for FTR.
I'm sorry, Judge, and according to your data, it appears that the phone associated with Alex Cox from the Homer J. Maximus account puts Alex Cox where between 5:16 PM and 11:53 PM?
So it puts the device at Alex Cox's residence.
It
Your
puts-
Honor, may I ask for just a, and I apologize to interrupt, but may I ask for just a brief sidebar?
Yes. All right, you can continue with cross, Mr. Pryor.
So again, officer, and the display is not up anymore, I guess. We're looking at 5:16 PM to
Hold on.
11.
Let's get that up. Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Pryor. We'll make
okay.
sure we got okay.
So Alex Cox's phone, and tell me, what is the proper term? It's showing a location data on October 9th between 5:16 PM and 11:53 PM. Is that what that reads?
Yes, correct.
And that's on October 9th, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, and we can take that down, Judge.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
And Judge, one more time on page 104.
You want to publish that page?
Yes.
All right, Madam Clerk, we'll publish the exhibit again, please.
So other than the references to September 9th and September 23rd, correct? There were 5 other times that you put Alex Cox at or near the Chad Daybell property. Is that correct?
So there were 5 other occasions where a device associated with Alex Cox reported.
Alex
to me.
Cox's device.
Correct.
And those would have been August 7th.
Correct.
And that was for about 11 minutes, right?
Yes, sir.
And then August 24th for 8 minutes.
Yes, sir.
September 6th, 3 days before the 9th, and he was there for about 10 minutes, right?
9 minutes, sir.
9 minutes, I'm sorry. My math is probably not as good as yours. September 25th, 2 days after the 23rd, he was there for 18 minutes, right?
Yeah, and I'll back up. Your math is actually better than mine because that would have been 11 minutes.
11
on
minutes. We're
September
both
6th.
wrong.
Indeed.
And then October 15th. So now, when I read your report, your contact was limited to 100 meters. Is that correct?
Yeah, my analysis was based on margins of error that were less, 100 meters or less,
300 feet.
approximately.
So that does not include if Alex Cox drove by a number of times, right?
It could, because if that device had that 100 meters or less and it went by on the street beside the residence, it would have been included in there.
Okay. And but if he was he was more than 100 meters away, that doesn't include these figures aren't included in that. Is that correct?
So if the device was more than 100 meters in error, then it wouldn't include it.
Right.
So as long as that 100 meters, that circle that I showed earlier with yellow, as long as it touched the Daybell property, that's when it was included.
Okay. And Judge, we can take this one down. Now, I want to go back to just to clarify a couple of things in terms of explanations. Go ahead, I'll wait for you.
Sure, you're good.
Oh, do you need some water?
You're good.
Okay. What's the difference between a tower and a cell site?
So if you get into the specifics, the cell site in the industry is more or less used for the tower and sector, whereas the tower would just include the tower itself.
Okay. So your presentation deals with tower coverage, is that correct?
Correct.
And the tower is basically where the antenna is on the top of whatever the structure is. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. A cell site is how they actually create the coverage. Is that fair?
So if you're looking at the cell site, the specific antenna that are on top of the tower and the direction that they face, that's usually termed to be the cell site of what it provides coverage for.
So we're not really talking about tower coverage. We're talking about cell site coverage, aren't we?
The tower coverage would include all the sectors, whereas a cell site would be specific to a sector.
Okay. Okay. And the importance of how an antenna is located plays into how these figures are calculated. Would that be fair?
Correct.
So for instance, if an antenna is a little pointed down or pointed up, that will manipulate and have an impact on what the readings that you're getting. Would you agree with that?
It would impact the coverage based on which direction antennas are facing.
And when we're talking about coverage, we're talking about with what you're talking about with coverage, we're talking about where an area of a cell phone company is providing service. Would that be fair?
Correct.
You never use these coverage towers to actually locate where a phone is. Isn't that true?
No, I definitely would use coverage maps to locate where a phone is and
Okay.
have in the past.
So when did you do the drive test? On what day?
Believe it was June, the week of June 15th, and it was across multiple days of 2020.
Okay. So in 2019, particularly in September, that was a significant amount of time later, correct?
It's about 9 months after.
Right. And we have no assurance that the antennas or the coverage or the engineers made any adjustments or changes, do we?
We do. So I looked at the tower lists that were provided from AT&T and Verizon for
Okay.
September of 2019. And then I compared those with the tower lists from June of 2020. And I didn't see anything in any of the towers used in this report that would significantly impact what the coverage would have been or changed.
significantly impact?
Correct.
So there were changes?
There were no changes in direction of which way sectors were pointed. There was changes in what's called the beam width, and they were off by about 5 degrees, I think.
Okay, all right, thank you. With drive testing, you still can't provide an exact location of where a device is, can you?
Correct. Drive testing is basically going to show you a coverage area of where a phone could be.
Where a phone could be, right?
Correct.
It doesn't show where the phone is, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you mentioned this a couple of times with the prosecuting attorney. You mentioned the term gladiator forensics.
Yes, sir.
Now, the way I understand gladiator forensics is that's a tool used by the FBI.
They're a company and they provide a tool that's used by the FBI.
But that company will not provide their tools to anybody but the FBI. Is that fair?
No, my understanding is they will only provide or sell their equipment to law enforcement. I don't
To
think
the
it's
government.
specific to the FBI.
To the government.
Correct.
So an independent person can't get a hold of this information from Gladiator Forensics and do their own analysis of what your data is showing. Is that right?
No, the information, most definitely. That's whenever it records the information as a part of the drive test, we have a raw data file that shows all of the different measurements and the latitude, longitude of the location of where the device was when it took those measurements.
Well, you're providing the data, but the actual tool and the program itself is not available to anybody unless you're within the government. Isn't that true?
I believe their specific company only sells to law enforcement.
So you folks have the program, you folks have the way to input the data into your program that's only the government has access to. Is that right?
So we have a tool that allows access to it, but Gladiator doesn't make the only tool that would provide that same information.
Okay, but the tool that the FBI is using is not available to the public at large. Is that right?
That's correct.
To your knowledge, has anybody ever done any independent testing outside government to prove that this tool that you're using is working properly?
Yeah, so we actually send that device off to the company that manufactures the sensors, Rhodes and Swartz, and they calibrate that system.
But then again, that's not available to the average citizen out there, correct?
It is. The sensors by Rhodes and Swartz are sold to the general public.
But the tools by Gladiator Forensics are not.
So when you say tools, basically like the components of the device, yes, they are. But as packaged by Gladiator, that is not available to the public.
Okay. So once again, if someone wants to verify that the tools that you folks are being sold by Gladiator Forensics were working properly or that there's no issues with those, there's no way to do that, is there?
Yeah, absolutely. You could go buy the sensors associated with reading the different cellular frequencies in the area, and you could do your own drive test.
Well, why don't you just get Gladiator Forensics to send us the tools in the program and we could verify it that way? Wouldn't that be the simpler way to do it?
I don't
Objection,
work for the
argumentative.
company, sir, so I don't.
I said objection argumentative.
Well, it came and went quickly. Mr. Pryor and Mr. Balance, please don't talk at the same time as each other.
Now, the most accurate location data would actually come from the device itself. Would that be fair?
Can you clarify what you mean?
If you were looking at location data for a device, the best way to determine the location data is to actually have the device itself, right?
I would say it could aid, but I wouldn't necessarily say it would be the best because it depends on the settings of the actual device.
Okay. Now I want to go back to Exhibit 51, if we could. And Judge, if we could put that up there.
Yes, we'll ask the clerk to do that, please.
Right. Now, with a pointer, you have some marks there and it's showing a pond, is that right?
It's showing,
A irrigation pond.
yes, sir, I believe that's what it was.
Okay, and do you have an idea approximately, since you've been out there, how much property we're talking about here?
So if you are able to zoom out, it does have a scale on the bottom right, and that'll help.
And that I can't do.
Okay.
So in what I'm looking at on the map, there's a road that runs, I believe, north and south. Is that right?
Talking
there.
about this here, sir?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
And then initially you would put on the road running north and south, you'd put Alex Cox's car over at the top there somewhere. Is that right?
I believe that was associated with September the 9th.
Okay. And then down below, there's a road that runs east-west.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then a little ways from the intersection of the north, south, east, west, it looks like a long driveway. Could you touch on that for me?
So are you talking over here?
No, I'm talking a little further right there.
Yes, sir.
And that's a driveway that goes into the property, correct?
I believe so.
Okay.
It's been a while since I've been at the property.
Okay, and then can you point where the location of the fire pit is?
So I believe it was somewhere in this area here.
Okay. And there's some sort of a green tree or a tree that's throwing some shade down there next to something brown, right?
Are you talking about here?
Up to the right, right there.
Okay.
And that's a tree or some shade of some kind, correct?
It's something I can't remember
Okay.
from my time at the property.
Okay. All right, Judge, that's good for now. Now I want to go back to, I believe it was slide 20. Okay. And Judge, if we could have slide 20 put up there.
All right, slide 20 of exhibit 156. We'll get the exhibit up. You can locate the slide.
So on this particular slide, I noticed that the blue box on the right-hand side says something does not include. Would you read that for me?
Sure. Does not include all activity between 12 a.m. and 5 o'clock a.m. Only locates with 100 meters or less margin of error are depicted.
Okay, so the way I'm reading this is that the purple box shows some various times at a location. Is that right?
Correct.
And do you know whose location that is in the purple box?
So that's associated with the Google location history for Alex Cox.
Okay, and where is the location specifically?
So the ones that I believe you're referring to here on the left side.
The purple ones, yeah.
So that's at 2:42 in the morning and 3:37 in the morning, just west of Lori Vallow's apartment.
So they're at or near Lori Vallow's apartment at those times, right?
The device is reporting just west of Lori Vallow's apartment at that time.
Okay, and again, the times are what?
At 2:42 in the morning and then 3:37 in the morning.
And the margin of error on that is what?
4 meters
12 feet.
approximately.
So close to or in close proximity of Lori Vallow's apartment at that time in the morning, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, I guess I'm curious. I noticed that you put, and this is on September 9th, right?
Yes, sir. Correct.
I noticed that you put down a couple of phones with Chad Daybell, right?
Yes, sir.
You put down a phone with Alex Cox, right?
Yes, sir.
You put down a phone with Lori Vallow.
Yes, sir.
But why aren't you looking at Melanie Gibb and David Warwick?
Your Honor, objection misstates the evidence.
Overruled.
Why aren't you looking at phone records for David Warwick and Melanie Gibb?
So I was not asked to examine any records for those two.
Nobody asked you, no one provided that information to you?
I wasn't asked to examine records for those two.
Okay, were you aware that at that time, at the location of Alex Cox's phone location, that in close proximity on that day, Melanie Gibb and David Warwick were also there? Were you aware?
Objection misstates the evidence.
Sustained.
So who provided you this phone data?
I don't recall specifically. I know multiple data sets were sent on different occasions from the numerous members of the investigative team.
And who in the investigating team determines what phone records you look at?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. So then at some point we go to a big yellow circle, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And the phone location is showing in that big yellow circle, correct?
Correct.
And how long is that phone locator hitting in that big yellow circle?
I believe it was approximately an hour, but if, again, it's not showing on the screen, the bottom part of the page.
Now, what you didn't do, I noticed in your report that you also didn't mention before 12 a.m. on September 9th. Is that right?
Correct.
And are you aware that of the phone location prior to 12 o'clock on September 9th?
I could look at it, but I don't recall what that location was.
Now, you didn't have, oops, I'm sorry, Judge, I bumped that and we can take that down. You didn't show Chad Daybell's location on September 23rd anywhere near those apartments. Is that correct?
I don't believe I did. I'd have to go back and look at the report to see. I think that was only on September the 9th.
And then in regards to the text messaging that you talked about, we don't know what the contents of that text message between all of these folks was discussing, correct?
We do not.
And you testified previously that it wasn't uncommon for Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell to frequently be communicating, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, on a daily basis, multiple communications in the morning, correct?
I remember seeing significant amount of communications between the two.
And significant amount of communications in the evenings as well, right?
I believe there was evening hours as well. I would just need to examine the records in total to give you like approximate time.
Okay.
when those
Are
occurred.
you aware that the two of those folks were having an affair?
Yeah, I was.
Okay. And you're aware as part of that affair that they'd be communicating. Wouldn't you expect them to be communicating quite regularly?
I would expect that to be the case. Yes, sir.
Okay. On those days that you talked about with Alex Cox being at the property on September 6th, September 25th, October 15th, did you happen to notice where Chad Daybell was on those days?
I don't recall looking
Okay.
at that
You
information.
didn't look into that, right?
I don't recall looking into that. No.
Okay. All right. Judge, I don't have anything else. Thank you.
All right, that concludes the cross-examination then. Mr. Wood, if you'd like to have redirect, you may.
Just briefly.
All right. All right, we'll have exhibit 156 returned to the clerk, please. Thank you, Mr. Bailiff.
Thank you.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Agent, you were asked by defense counsel about your margin of error.
Yes, sir. I was.
And I think we kind of went over that a little bit earlier, but can you again describe for the jury why you used 100 meters margin of error?
Sure. So typically with Google locations, like I mentioned, you can see margin of error all the way from 3 meters all the way up to thousands of meters. And so if there's a specific date and time that I'm looking at, I find it to be much more precise to look at those 100 meters or less, because it gives me a good indicator of where that phone was at that particular time. Now, with that, it's reporting from a cell phone. So when you start getting into larger margin of error, I also have records associated with that phone that can aid in mapping where that phone was as well. So again, it's just a matter of being as precise as possible whenever I'm conducting analysis.
So if you increase that margin of error, is that literally increasing the geographical
leading.
location?
Excuse me, what was that?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Okay. When you increase the margin of error, what does that do to your possible results?
So the yellow circles that you saw, basically any margin of error that you see, that circle is going to correspond with it. So the larger the margin of error, the more geographical area that locate is going to provide or show on the map.
And so what could that potentially change results?
It would definitely change the results from the standpoint of whenever I'm looking at any time a Google location was in the vicinity of the Daybell property, because if you increased that margin of error, it would make circles that otherwise would not have shown being at that location.
You were asked about your drive test
Yes, sir.
and about potential differences in the cell towers and cell sites between when you conducted your drive test in September of 2019.
Yes, sir.
Judge,
And
I think
you-
there's objection. I think there's a mischaracterization. I'm not sure, but I think he said drive test in September of 2019. Is that what Mr. Wood said?
There was a reference to September 2019 drive test.
Let me rephrase that.
Thank you, Mr. Wood.
So you did your drive test. When did you do your drive test?
That was in June of 2020,
And the events we're talking about took place when?
in September and October of 2019.
And was it your testimony that you did an analysis on any possible changes in those cell towers and cell sites between those two times?
Yeah, so I examined the records from the tower lists that are maintained by the provider for September of 2019 and June of 2020.
And was there anything in your analysis that led you to be less confident in the results of your drive test?
No.
You were asked about the Gladiator system or the GAR,
Yes, sir.
and your testimony was that the GAR is provided only to law enforcement.
So it's available for purchase by law enforcement.
But it's made up of components,
Yes, sir. Correct.
and those components are available to the civilian market.
Yes, the primary components that are taking the measurements are available to anyone to purchase.
And is the government the only entity that does drive testing?
No.
So do civilian companies do drive testing?
Yes.
All right. And you spoke about a raw data file that you produced.
Yes, sir.
So could a civilian take that and verify, or at least map out what you did and verify it against your results?
Yes, I mean, the data file itself would be, require some knowledge of how the cellular networks work, but that raw data file contains all the same information as far as what the measurements were from specific locations.
So a civilian who knows what they're doing doesn't have to have the GAR.
Objection leading.
Sustained.
A civilian who has experience in drive testing, would they have to have the GAR to verify your results?
No, there's numerous products available that you could conduct the same type of test.
Okay. You were asked about the settings on a device, and I believe it was in relation to, isn't the best way to locate a device with the device itself?
I was asked that, yes, sir.
Let's talk about the settings on a device. Can you alter the geolocation settings on a device?
So on a device, there's multiple ways that location information could be stored. And as a user, you do have the ability to make changes as far as what is potentially stored on your device. But there's so many different types of cell phones that it's very dependent on what specifically phone we're speaking about.
But just to be clear, it is possible to opt out of certain geolocation services.
Yes, it is.
You testified earlier that you've been a part of multiple investigations,
Yes, sir, that's correct.
and are multiple of those investigations, do those include criminal activity?
They do.
Is it common for people involved in criminal activity to
Judge,
opt out?
objection calls for speculation.
I think I've laid the proper foundation.
Well, I'll listen to the question. Mr. Wood, you can finish the question. I'll make a ruling.
Is it common for individuals engaged in criminal activity to opt out of geolocation services on their devices?
The
Objection.
the objection's overruled.
Yes, I've seen that in numerous cases.
Your Honor, I have no further questions today. I would note that we do intend to bring Agent Balance back.
Okay. Mr. Pryor, I'm not sure that we went outside the scope of your cross there on redirect. Is there anything else you?
Opting out, Judge, and then I'm going to need to move for admission of 122 by stipulation of the parties, Judge.
I'm sorry, going back to whether or not you intended to recross?
The opting out, Judge.
Your Honor, that was directly in response to a question he asked about devices and settings on a device. I don't think I went outside of the cross.
All right, I do agree with that. I don't think that's outside the scope. It'll also be something that you may be able to recross on or cross on and when the agent's recalled, which the state's indicated will be occurring. So we're gonna not have recross today on the agent. That will then conclude the testimony of Agent Balance. The court's advised that you will be returning potentially for further testimony. Because of that, you're still subject to the exclusionary rule, meaning you're not allowed to view trial court testimony that's taking place, and I'll be asking you about that again before you take the stand. If you were to do that, you may be prohibited from further testimony or sanctioned by the court. So with that in mind, that will complete the testimony for today of this witness. You may go ahead and step down from the witness stand. Thank you.
And Your Honor, I previously mentioned Exhibit 122 that I failed to bring that up on my cross.
Is that an exhibit you wish to seek admission of?
It is, Judge, and it's by stipulation of the parties.
Okay, well, we don't have the witness on the stand, but with this exhibit, is the state have any objection to us at this time admitting a defense exhibit 122?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, defense has proffered exhibit 122. The court will allow for its admission without objection from the state.
And Your Honor, may we have a brief sidebar?
Yes. All right, we took a sidebar there just to discuss calendaring with, or scheduling, I should say, with council. And there also may be a matter we need to take up outside the jury's presence. So what we're going to do is break a little early, well, early today for lunch. We're going to take the noon break at this time at 11:30, and we'll intend to come back on at 12:45 with additional testimony. So we'll take a slightly longer lunch as well, starting now. Ladies and gentlemen of the juries, I've told you repeatedly, but we'll keep trying to remind myself to tell you, please don't discuss the case or the evidence amongst yourselves or with anyone else while we're on break. We'll return back at 12:45 for additional testimony from a new witness from the state, and we'll be in recess till then.
All rise, please.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We just concluded our lunch recess, and I believe we're ready to have the jurors return for another witness. Is the state ready to proceed?
We are, Your Honor.
All right, is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, counsel. We'll go ahead and have the jurors brought back, please.
All right, please. President Gunn, for your.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record. The state can call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state would call Hannah Munoz.
Promise, swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
All right, the witness has been sworn. Before we proceed with testimony, because there's an exclusionary order and the court has live streamed this trial as well as had open proceedings for the trial, I'll inquire of the witness. Have you been observing or watched any of the trial testimony since the case started?
No,
Okay, have you talked to anybody else about testimony they've given in trial?
no.
Okay, with that then, Mr. Wixom, you can inquire on direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Excuse me. Good afternoon, Ms. Munoz. Will you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Yes, it's Hannah Nicole Parker, Hannah, Nicole, Nicole, Parker, Parker.
And do you want me to refer to you as Ms. Munoz or Ms. Parker?
Miss Munoz.
Can you tell us, where do you live?
I live in Vineyard, Utah.
Where is that in Utah for the sake of the jury? Explain that to them, please.
It's about 45 minutes south of Salt Lake.
And is that anywhere near Springville, Utah?
Yes, it's about 15 minutes from Springville.
Where did you grow up?
I grew up in Springville.
And what do you do for work?
Wixom, I apologize. Could I have you kind of pull the mic down and just talk right into it? It doesn't pick up very well unless you talk into it. Thank you.
What do you do for work?
I'm a freelance photographer.
Are you related to Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
How are you related to her?
She's my mom's cousin, so my second cousin.
Would that be your mom's first cousin?
Yes.
I want to draw your attention back to October 19th of 2019. Did you that day learn of Tammy's passing?
Yes.
How did you learn about it?
I was with my mom and she received a phone call and then told me about it after.
What was your reaction to hearing that she'd passed?
I was very saddened by the news, and very confused and just overall very sad.
I'd like to back up a little bit. Can you explain to the jury how often, if at all, did you have contact with Tammy during your childhood?
Um, I didn't know Tammy super well. Like we saw her at family events, but I was younger, so I was like playing with her kids. But yeah, we would see them at family activities.
So you learned of her passing. Did you have occasion to attend her funeral?
Yes, I did.
The best you can recall, when was her funeral relative to her passing?
It was a week after her passing ish.
You think, okay.
Yeah.
Did you also attend a viewing?
Yes, I did.
And where was the viewing at?
It was at a church house in Springville.
Is that the same place the funeral was held?
Yes.
When you went to the viewing, did you go by yourself or did you go with anybody else?
I went with my sister and then I met family at the viewing.
What other family did you meet at the viewing?
I had my grandparents there, some aunts and uncles, and then my mom and dad came later.
Did you have the opportunity while at that viewing to go through the viewing line?
Yes, I did.
How many times do you recall going through it that night?
I went through twice.
Who did you go through with the first time?
I went through with my dad, Lindsay Parker, first.
And do you recall, was Chad Daybell in the viewing line?
Yes.
Relative to where Chad was, were there any of the Daybell children that were also in the line?
Yes.
Where were they at relative to where Chad was at in the line?
Chad was first in line, and then there was the casket, so he was at the head, and then the kids were at her feet, about 6 feet away from Chad.
Based on your own perception, do you think that any conversation that you may have had with Chad in that moment would have been heard or been able to have been heard by the children?
No.
So when you were in the line with your dad, did the two of you have a conversation with Mr. Daybell?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury the nature of that conversation?
Yeah. So my dad asked him what had happened, that said that he was confused.
I'm going to object. There's levels of hearsay here.
Well, if they're, Mr. Exum, if they're soliciting comments of the defendant, it would be an exception. If they're comments of the father, it would be hearsay. So I'm not sure where the witness is going with this. Maybe you can direct the witness to avoid that hearsay.
I will, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So I'm just in context of what Chad may have said in that conversation, can you explain to the jury what you first remember him saying about anything?
Yeah, he said that Tammy had been sick that day. He said that she had been vomiting and coughing. And then around 10 p.m., she had vomited again and then came to his office and said that she was feeling a little bit better. And he said that she was going to bed and that he stayed in his office working. And then around 1 a.m., he went upstairs and found Tammy on the floor. And he said that she had rolled out of the bed and was on the floor and that he found her cold and already passed.
So that was a lot of information. Just for clarity, I'm going to ask some follow-up. So when you said he described this, was he talking about the night that she passed?
Yes.
Okay. I think you said that she came to him at 10 o'clock. Is that right?
Yes.
What time do you remember, if at all, that he said that Tammy went to bed that night?
He said Tammy went to bed around 10.
And what time was it that you said he finally went to bed himself?
Around 1 a.m.
And when was it that he said that he found Tammy on the floor, passed away?
Around 1 a.m.
So he was Is there any question in your mind that that's precisely what he said?
No.
During that interaction with him, did you observe anything about his tone or demeanor?
Yes.
What did you notice?
I noticed that he seemed calmer than I would have expected, and that he would get emotional only when my dad would get emotional and then would stop, like once my dad stopped crying.
Why did that stand out to you?
It stood out to me because I would have expected someone who just lost their partner to be a little more distraught. And he seemed calmer than I would have expected him to be.
And in fact, are you married?
Yes.
Now, later that evening, you said, I think earlier, that you'd also went through the line with your mother.
Yes.
About how long after the time you went through with your dad did you also go through the line with your mother?
About 2 hours.
Could you please just explain to the jury your experience when you went through the line with your mother?
Yes. They were talking and Chad was telling us what happened. And he said that she had been coughing that day, and that she'd been coughing pretty violently. So he was worried about her. Between 9 and 10, she came down to his office and said that she was going to rest and go to bed. He said that he was worried about her, so he went to bed at the same time. And then at around midnight, he woke up to her rolling out of bed and hitting the floor. He said that he went to check on her and had found that she had passed.
What was your immediate reaction when you heard that account of things?
I was confused at first,
Why?
because it was inconsistent with what I had heard earlier that evening.
Did you say anything at that time?
No,
Did you ask Chad any questions about the explanations at the time?
no.
Why not?
I was confused and I also didn't feel comfortable. The conversation was being had between Chad and my parents.
So without saying anything that she may have said in response, did you later explain this difference to your mother
Yes.
and to anybody else?
To my mom and then later to Samantha
When did you first explain it to your mom?
that night after the viewing.
No, I don't have any more questions for this witness at this time.
All right. Cross-examination, Mr. Pryor.
Yep. Good afternoon. Ma'am, this information, did you ever give a report to law enforcement?
Yes.
When did you do that?
In August of 2020.
Have you spoken to anybody else since August of 2020 about this in terms of law enforcement?
I've met with investigators a few times,
How many times?
twice.
Okay. Do you recall when those were?
I don't.
Okay. Did you talk to the prosecuting attorney before you decided to testify today?
Yes.
Okay. When did you meet with the prosecuting attorney?
I met with him once about a month ago, and then this morning,
And which prosecutor did you meet with?
Rocky,
Rocky. Do you know Rocky?
outside of court proceedings, no.
Okay. Now, your testimony is that at midnight, Tammy went downstairs to check on Chad in his office. Is that right?
Objection misstates the testimony.
Sustained.
Did you mention about him going downstairs to meet with Tammy going downstairs to meet with Chad at any point?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you make reference to?
When I was talking to Chad with my father,
Yeah,
he said that Tammy had gone down to say that she had thrown up and was feeling a little better and then was going to bed.
okay,
Um,
okay. So Tammy was upstairs in her bedroom. And then she went downstairs to go into an office to talk to Chad. Is that what you understood?
yes.
Okay. Are you aware that this is a one-story home, ma'am?
No, I've never been to their home.
Okay. And then after, again, when you were in the line with your mother and you mentioned something about going downstairs, which downstairs were we going to?
Again, I haven't been to their home.
Okay. Nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Ma'am, is there any question in your mind that you've testified as accurately as you possibly can today?
Judge, I'm going to object. It goes beyond cross-examination.
Well, I'll sustain. I think that's actually an improper question. You can ask a different question if you like, Mr. Wixom.
Thank you. Ma'am, when you heard Mr. Daybell explain the events with your dad, did your dad ask him anything about the layout of the home?
No,
Did you ask him anything?
no,
Are you, do you doubt at all that he said that he,
Judge, I'm going to object. He's trying to bolster the witness. It's inappropriate.
Well, I'll let you finish the question, Mr. Wixom, and then I'll rule.
thank you. Is there any question in your mind that what Chad said to your dad was that Tammy had went downstairs?
no.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. That will conclude the testimony then of Ms. Munoz. Is she going to be recalled potentially by either side?
Not by the state, Your Honor.
Not by the defense, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, if you're here under any subpoena, you're released from the subpoena. Thank you for appearing and testifying today. You can be excused. All right, the state can call its next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Patty later.
If you know, how do you spell that last name, Mr. Wixom?
I believe it's Later.
Thank you.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. You.
All right, the witness has been sworn. Before we start with direct, I am going to inquire, because this court's being live streamed as well as open to the public, I need to ask the witness, have you observed or watched the trial in any way?
No.
Okay, have you discussed anybody else's testimony with them that they've given at trial?
No.
Okay, thanks for your responses, Mr. Wixom. You can inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, will you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
It's Patricia Later, Patricia, Later, Later.
Thank you. And ma'am, where do you live?
I live in Spanish Fork, Utah,
Where is that relative to Springville, Utah?
just south of it.
Have you ever lived in Springville, Utah?
Yes, for many years.
Which years did you live there?
From, let's see, 1995 or 1996 until after high school. And then I moved to Denver and then came back and lived there. I've lived there.
Ma'am, are you related to Tammy Daybell?
Yes, I'm her first cousin.
And did you have a strong relationship with her when you were younger?
Sorry. I did. We were 7 months apart, and we pretty much were like sisters. Grew up with each other.
Could you take a moment and just expand to the jury on that? How much time did you spend with her? How well did you know her growing up?
So my mom was a single mom, and my Aunt Phyllis, her sister, used to watch us. And then as we got older, um, they lived in Anaheim and we lived in LA. I'd go out and spend weeks during the summer with her, and we went on family trips together. At one point, we wrote letters back and forth to plan a show for a camping trip we were going to go on. And then when I moved to Springville, we went to high school together. We were best friends, drove to school every day. She encouraged me to join band, even though I didn't play an instrument, so we could be together and go on a trip to California with the band. And also she encouraged me to take some classes with her, so we'd have classes together too.
So am I hearing correct? Did you attend high school together?
That's correct.
Did you do any other social activities with her in high school?
We did lots of stuff. We went on double dates together. We pretty much hung out on the weekends together, watching movies or whatever kind of thing we do.
As adults, have you stayed in contact with each other prior to her passing?
Yes. When she lived in Springville, I used to go visit her. Well, when I lived in Springville, we worked at the same school, elementary school, Art City Elementary, for about 2 years, I think. Art City Elementary. And she was the computer tech and I was teaching. I taught 5th grade for a year and then I taught 3rd grade. And she would come down and leave little notes. She would leave little notes for me with like inside jokes. I still have one in my nightstand. Excuse me. I would visit her at home sometimes and I'd be out driving and I could just stop by and we'd chat with each other and visit.
Do you recall which years it was that you worked together at that school?
Um, it had to be 2010. Is when I graduated. So 2010 to I worked there 2010 to 2016, and she had left a couple of years before that.
Were there other years during that same time frame that you lived in Springville when Tammy did?
Yes,
What years were those, the best you can recall,
that I lived in Springville.
that you were both living in Springfield at the same time?
That whole time. So I can't recall what year she moved to Utah or to Idaho. Sorry.
Okay. After she moved to Idaho, how often did you have contact with her?
At first it was like every couple of weeks, and then it kind of went down to a month. I don't know, we didn't talk as much anymore. We would text each other back and forth if like we heard a song that we used to listen to, or we both liked Harrison Ford. So if something on the news was with Harrison Ford, we'd send each other the links and things like that.
Did you attend any funeral, or I'm sorry, did you attend any family gatherings together, any weddings or any occasions like that?
During that time,
Yes.
She came to my wedding in 2016, and then we attended a couple during the time she was in Idaho. Sorry. Are you talking about when she was in Idaho?
Anytime since the time she moved to Idaho.
Yeah, that she came to my wedding was probably the only time.
Okay. I want to draw your attention back to October 19th of 2019. Did you learn of Tammy's passing that day?
Yes, I did.
How did you learn of it?
My mom called me. My mom called me on the phone. And she was crying hysterically and told me Tammy passed. And it didn't register who she said because it didn't make sense that my cousin Tammy had passed. So I said, who passed, Mom? And she said Tammy, and I still didn't make sense. And I said, who are you saying? And she said, Phyllis, my Aunt Phyllis called and told me that Tammy passed.
Why was that confusing to you?
Just didn't make any sense.
Why not?
She was so young and healthy.
Did you have the opportunity to attend her funeral and viewing?
Yes, I did. I attended both the viewing on Monday and the viewing prior to the funeral on Tuesday.
Which Monday and Tuesday relative to the date she passed? Do you remember?
The ones following it was really quick.
And you did attend the evening viewing on Monday?
That is correct.
Who did you attend it with?
I went alone. I had, when I found out she was passed, I actually was on fall break in California. So I flew back on Monday. I think my flight got in like 5:45. And then I went to the funeral or the viewing after that.
When you were there, did you see your daughter Hannah?
Yeah, so when I walked in, I was really upset and kind of looked for someone comforting, like some family.
And did you and Hannah have the opportunity to go through the viewing line?
Yes, that we did.
Were you standing next to each other when you did that?
Yeah, she was right next to me with her hand on me. Yeah,
Did you see Chad in that viewing line?
I did.
Did you observe anything about his emotional state or demeanor that night?
When I was going through, he was just talking with people and when someone would cry, he would cry, but he was mostly just visiting with whoever was coming up to him.
Did anything about the way he was acting strike you as unusual?
I felt like he should have been more sad, I guess.
Did you, at that point in time, did you engage him in any conversation?
Well, I had gone through the line really quick the first time, and then the second time, I went through and hugged her kids, and then walked past the casket, and then went and talked to Chad.
Was Hannah with you when you went to talk to Chad?
Yeah, yes, she was.
Can you explain to the jury, what was it that you and Chad talked about? What did Chad say?
I just went up to him and told him I was sorry for his loss. And we hugged. And I asked him what happened.
Did he say?
He said that he said that Tammy wasn't feeling well and she was coughing a lot. And she threw up. Well, he asked if she was okay. She threw up, and she came to tell him that she threw up and that she was going to bed. Um, he asked her if she was okay, and she said yes, she's feeling better after she threw up, and then she went to bed. And then we both started crying, and then before I left him, he told me that Tammy loved you so much.
Did he say anything else or more specifically about how he'd found that Tammy had passed away that night?
Yeah, he said that he had so she went to bed and he stayed up working. And then he went to bed later. I think he said Tammy went to bed around 10 o'clock and he went to bed later, and then he woke up in the morning because she rolled out of bed or fell out of bed, and that's what woke him up.
Anything else that you can remember in that conversation that he described about how he'd found Tammy?
She was kind of half on and half off the bed.
The next day, did you have the opportunity to attend Tammy's funeral service?
Yes, I did.
Was that held at the same place?
Yes, yeah, at the church.
When you attended the service, did you happen to hear Chad speak?
I did.
Was there anything about his talk or speak at the funeral service that caused you concern or stuck out to you?
Yeah, there was a couple things that he said that I just thought weren't very nice.
What were those things?
He said that the first thing he said was that she wasn't easy to live with. He said that she was lazy. He said that she had depression, which she did, but to say it out in front of the whole congregation, I thought was, I guess, embarrassing for her. I don't know.
So why were those things of concern to you?
I just didn't think they were very nice.
Was there anything about his demeanor at the funeral service before, during, or after speaking that you noticed?
I noticed after Emma told us a story about Tammy wanting more pets, um and that she would just kind of sneak them in. And I looked over at him and he kind of looked like a little concerned, and then he was laughing about it. And then
When you say him, did you mean Chad?
yes, that's correct. And
Okay.
then Garth told a story about Tammy playing video games, and he would be her lookout for when Chad got home. And same thing, he looked kind of like concerned, and then he started laughing. But it was like a split second, because I looked over at him to see if that was upset him, because I would, I guess, be upset too, but he just laughed it off too. Sure.
Why did those things that Emma and Seth had shared, why were they of concern to you?
So it was Emma and Garth. I just felt like they had to hide what they were doing. Tammy had to hide what she was doing from Chad.
What do you mean by that?
Like, to be careful to not get in trouble, I guess.
In trouble with who?
Chad.
Were there occasion when Chad and Tammy lived in Springville that you would go over to visit Tammy at her house?
Yes.
When you would go visit her, was there anything that you would notice in those interactions that caused you any concern about Chad?
Judge, could I have some foundation as to time, date, year?
Mr. Wexler.
Sure. With respect to that question, can you think of a time that you went to Tammy's house? And the best you can recall, let's tell the court and the jury, what year did this happen?
So it was the same years that we lived in Springville. 1995 to till the time she moved to Idaho.
So is it fair to say that you would visit her often at their home?
Yeah, at least once a month, if not more.
Were there any particular visits that you had that stand out, that you ever had concerns with Chad's behavior? And I'm asking you to try to recall when these were, if you can.
I don't know specific dates, but when I would go visit, normally I just visit when Chad wasn't there, and I would stop by for a quick visit, and then it would end up being hours, and we'd visit about our kids and old memories and whatever. And eventually Chad would get home. He would come in and sit next to her and put his hand on her knee and visit. But I always kind of got a feeling that I needed to go home, like at that time.
Did he ever ask you to leave, or that
No.
was just a feeling?
Just a feeling.
Was that a consistent thing that would happen when you'd go to her home?
Yes.
Was there ever anything that you were aware of that you had any tension or relationship issues with Chad that might make him feel that way?
No.
Your Honor, I don't have any more questions.
All right, thanks, Mr. Wexler. Cross-examination, Mr. Pryor.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Later, it sounds from what you testified to that you and Tammy knew each other quite well as you were both growing up at a young age, right?
That is correct.
And then in 2015, when Tammy and Chad moved with the family to Utah, that contact dissipated quite a bit. Would that be fair?
Yes, when they moved to Idaho, that happened.
Right. And would it surprise you to learn that we have Tammy's phone records and correspondence, all her electronic data? Would it surprise you to learn that in the last year of her life, we don't have any communications between you and her of any kind?
I don't think I feel like that's not correct.
Okay, you
'Cause-
feel it's not correct, or do you know that there was no communication between you and her the last year of her life?
We would message on Facebook and text. I don't think that's correct.
Okay, so it's Facebook is what you're telling me. That's how you communicated with her?
Messaging and yeah.
Okay.
And she would call me.
Now, when you were in the line on the first day of the services, you mentioned that you were there with your daughter, correct? Or with
I-
Ms. Munoz,
I came in by myself and then she came up to me.
but you were standing there with Miss Munoz when you went through the line together, is that right?
Mhm.
And at that point, what your testimony is that Chad told you at the time that he woke up in the morning and Tammy had fallen out of bed in the morning. Is that correct?
Can you say that again? Sorry.
That Tammy fell out of the bed and that she had passed away and then that he discovered her in the morning. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that she had been having a coughing fit all night. Is that right?
She had been coughing prior to bed. Yes.
Okay, and while you and Miss Munoz were standing there together, was there any discussion about Tammy or Chad going upstairs or downstairs in the house?
I can't recall.
Okay, so you don't recall that ever happening?
I don't recall. I don't
Okay.
remember it.
Okay, Judge, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, does either side intend to recall the witness?
Judge, the state may call her in rebuttal.
All right. With that in mind then, so there is an order, Ms. Later, that prohibits witnesses from watching other witnesses' testimony during the trial, so please comply with that. In the event you're recalled, I'll be asking you if you have watched any of the other trial proceedings since you testified today. If you have watched them, then there might be an issue with you being able to testify or violating that court order. So with that, that will conclude then your testimony. You can go ahead and step down.
Thanks, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. All right, thank you. Ms. Blake, we had a sidebar there just discussing scheduling and the court's inquiry as to whether or not we're going to have another witness on the stand today. Could you address that, please?
Yes, Your Honor. The state had requested a sidebar and had indicated to the court that today moved a little quicker than anticipated, where we had agreed to take tomorrow as a day off from the trial. The state's next witnesses, in order to accommodate their schedules, we have lay witnesses traveling from out of the area and an expert witness that we anticipate putting on the stand Wednesday. Because of that, and with tomorrow being off, in order to avoid holding witnesses over, we have them prepared to come in Wednesday. We should have the rest of the week filled with witnesses, but given tomorrow being off and just how quickly we moved through things today, we would be requesting to convene today, but reconvene Wednesday morning and then have a full week of witnesses the remainder of the week.
All right, we did discuss that in a sidebar with counsel. Mr. Pryor, any other comments to add on our scheduling before I address the jurors?
No, Judge.
Okay, well, I'll just note, it is complicated and complex to schedule for a trial that goes this length and try to anticipate how long or short witnesses may be. So unfortunately, while we certainly got plenty of time to continue on this afternoon, we'll need to break early to accommodate that. I would just ask both the state and the defense to acknowledge how important the jurors' time is and that we keep things moving as quickly and efficiently as we can to get through the trial. But with that, I do understand the complexities of putting all this together. And so if you'll be mindful as possible of that, to fill these days to get as much evidence as we can so the trial doesn't extend longer than necessary, the court, and I'm sure the jurors would appreciate that. With that in mind, then we are going to conclude for today. We'll be recommencing with more testimony starting Wednesday morning. We will not have court tomorrow. With that break, then I'll again admonish the jurors, please continue to abide by the court's instruction that you not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. While you're on this break, please do not investigate the case, look into the case in any way. If you see any media or any other reporting of the case, please try to avoid that. And I'll look forward to seeing you all again Wednesday morning at 8:30. That will conclude our court for today, and we'll be in recess.
All right, please.
All right, thank you. And thank you everyone today for complying with the court's conduct